So good day and welcome on this final day, day number 4 of the Under-21 Championships minor league occurring here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Prairie View, Texas. Morrisville Raptors taking on the Atlanta Fire in what is set up to be quite an exciting final here today. Pranav Chettipalayam opening batting with Shwetan. Aryan will open the bowling from the highway end. Here he is, and that's a beauty to begin things here. Lovely line settling in right away. Have a look at that. Just playing and missing. Pranav played a wonderful, exotic knock yesterday. Absolute demolition in that game. And no doubt would have helped their causes getting to this final. Both teams in red hot form. Atlanta Fire also kitted out in red. And another beauty to greet Pranav Chettipalayam. He's got this ball on a string. It's a wonderful start. Exactly what Atlanta Fire would have wanted to start things off here. Exactly what they would have needed. Here he comes again, and this time back to ball contact. Pranav is off the mark. Courtesy, comfortable tuck into the leg side. It's going to be Shwetan now. He's going to face up. So that much coveted left-hand, right-hand combination in use here for the Morrisville Raptors. Shwetan, his first delivery. And he has adjusted so well, has Aryan. Right away, right-hander in play. And beauty again from Aryan Patel. As good a start as you would want from a batting side. It's going to be key to see how they go about things here. Saw that this surface took a bit more spin yesterday. Slightly variable bounce for the pieces as well. And wouldn't he like a bit of that? It's a lovely run up. Approaches the crease with utmost ease. Runs in quite a straight line. It's good momentum moving forward from Aryan Patel. Has a real nice release. He's been moving the ball generally away from the right-hander into the left-hander from what we've seen here on this angle. Just seeming it getting a bit of early shape. And just keeping the batsman honest. Lovely work. It's final ball of his first over. And he's just trying to ramp that over, but it's only going to be one in the end. Shwetan off the mark now, and it's 2 without loss with 1 over being bowled. Batting lineup for Morrisville Raptors: Pranav Chettipalyam, Shwetan Sahash, Aditya Gupta, Shreyan Satish Shreyan, Ansh Rai, Mahesh, Danush Kaveri Pakam, Tanush Apte, Abhiram Yeruva. 5-wicket haul from him yesterday. Very excited to see what he saves up today. Ritvik Apidi, Pranav Batad, and Advait Bade. Morrisville Raptors yesterday, well, they were wrapping up everyone with their spin through the middle phase. In fact, it was grand majority, about 15 or 16 overs. I think 15 eventually of spin in the end. When Morrisville Raptors bowled, to fire a bit more fiery with their pieces. And it's Nehan who's going to open up from the Forest end, his left arm over. Bit of a shorter run up, bit of a misalignment of where he would have wanted to pitch that. You can certainly tell he doesn't approach with quite as much pace as we see from Aryan Patel. That first over. But he certainly shaped the ball quite consistently from what we've seen throughout. Nehan Zahedi. Better line there, just a bit too straight though. And put away nicely down to deep backward square. Tidy work. Good to see Pranav just temper his aggression a bit. Yesterday, of course, would have been chasing down a total. So would have expected him to go quite aggressively, try to get any sting out of the bowling side of things, get them down on their haunches, and he certainly did that quite well yesterday. Just giving himself a bit more time today. Certainly well advised. Let's see, may just get a bit more shape to the left-hander, Nehan. That's played down there. No run though. Good effort in the field to restrict that. Field, he just has one slip in place. Of course, in the power play right now, the fielders out in the deep, at deep backward squares. We would have seen him in action just a short while ago. I'm not actually seeing anyone else out in the deep, but from this angle I may just be being blocked by one of the players. Yes, he actually just went out to greet someone. Oh, it's given wide. He's going up in an appeal, shouting his Nehan, arms aloft, wondering how that's not out. Well, let's have a closer look at it, because it didn't look completely obvious to me that it seemed to be out at any point. On the edge, maybe? It didn't seem to deviate or really cause much of an issue there. Questioning the umpire, but final word in the end is no, as far as out is concerned. Out with the out and in with the in. Out and in swing, even. A nice bit of outswing there. Delicately played to that cover sweeper. So Pranav Chettipalia just working his way into his innings a bit nicely now. You have the two deep fielders at sort of cover point region, as well as deep backward square. Ring of fielders in the offside. And a similar sort of effort there. Just bouncing awkwardly on him, it seemed. There just may be a bit of evidence of the variable bounce we saw in play yesterday. Could very well just be that. So the ball keep low a few times, mostly to the spinners. That's beautiful there. But tidied quite nicely at that cover sweeper position. He's had quite a bit of work to do so far already. Nehan looking for a breakthrough. Certainly he would want to have an early strike for his team. It's been a key part of their bowling lineup. This time pulled wonderfully from Pranav. Out in the deep, it's just a fumble there, allowing it to go through for 4. Would not be pleased with that, the fielder nor the batsman, and no one in the camp. But the batsman, well, he's gonna certainly like that. First boundary we're seeing actually from Pranav Chettipalia, and certainly not timed as well as he would have liked it, but the fielder allowed it in the end to go through for 4. So score moves up to 13 without loss after just 2 overs. Second over, no doubt, for Aryan Patel. More than deserves it. Continuing his nice shape there, but nicely played from Shwetan. Aryan as well, with just a slip and play to Chettipalia, but different outlook as far as the fielders out in the deep. Wanna just backward of square. Nicely clipped. Quick single. Well done there from the fielder as well. And there was also just a third man in place in the deep as well, just to give you those field sets. Not him though, he's at... Where is he? Actually, that's the exact same man I was talking about. So great work from Mr. Rajaram upstairs. Now to the right hander, that same man is just not really backward square leg, but more of a deep fine leg. Slip just a bit closer to the right hander, and this here playing and missing, beating Shwetan for not the first time today, is Aryan Patel. Really wants to feel a bit of baton ball. Had he felt the edge of the baton ball, he wouldn't be feeling any more baton ball, as he would be back in the sheds. Certainly causing them a bit of discomfort, but it's been a solid start so far from Morrisville Raptors. Of course, from what we've seen, not the highest scores on this surface, so with that in mind, it's been quite a good start, and even better this time. Not well done there from the fielder, but eventually slows up a bit. Of course, maybe just an effect of that early morning moisture. Is always very laden with dew as the outfield early on a morning. And certainly may just assist that swing that we've been seeing so far. That moisture in the air, always humid in this region. Shwetan again, and quite wide this time, looking for the cut. It was definitely there for the taking, but not participating with that shot in the end, Shwetan. The effect of the higher pace being generated by Aryan is certainly that the two fielders in the deep quite a bit finer compared to what we've seen from Nehan. Those fielders being a bit finer, certain evidence that he's generating quite a bit of pace and quite a bit of movement. But this time, that same fielder there, third man, is going to have a bit of work to do. A streaky 4, but 4 nonetheless in the end for Shwetan, getting his first boundary. Just off the outside edge there, but eventually in the end going for 4. It's nicely played there from Shwetan in the end. Bit lucky, but 21 without loss after 3. Second over for Nehan. That one goes up quite a ways. They're running back after it, and well taken in the end. What a catch. He had quite a bit of ground to cover there. Oh, pumped up the Atlanta Fire. And isn't he on fire out there? Hot conditions, but he's turning up the heat. Oh, this here. Nehan does eventually strike. And his first breakthrough was running around there from a point position. And they're so happy. They're so pumped up. And they should be here. Loss of that first wicket for the Morrisville Raptors. Pranav Chettipalayam, the man in form. 21 for 1. Catch being taken there by Archett. Catch being taken by Archett Galki. The new batsman to the crease is Mahesh. This time pulled away with perfection from Mahesh. What a way to start up your innings. He's rocking up the heat here. Just a bit too easy on that occasion. Was at the perfect height for him to swing through the line quite elegantly in the end. So continuing with the left-hand, right-hand partnership. Well advised from Moiseville Raptors. Early shake with that wicket going down, but decent start so far. A bit too wide from Nehan, but man in the deep is going to allow that to just be one run. One run for Mahesh. Shwetan hasn't quite looked at his best as yet, but certainly a lot of time for him to work his way into his innings. Nehan with a bit more confidence now with his first breakthrough. Well, not quite making the adjustment to the right-hander. Shwetan career in all formats just 248, but he's played quite a bit throughout the youth. And a much more confident looking shot from him, easily, a bit too easy from Nehan on that occasion. This seems a bit floaty coming out of the hand. There's Mahesh's stats so far. Hard-hitting players, we've already seen him getting off the mark, but still quite new to the formats. Nice bit of shape from Nehan, but a bit too wide. Started it a bit too wide and ended, no doubt, too wide. Umpire gives him an embrace. Slippers going out. I don't really understand why the slipper's going out though. He's still getting a bit of movement. Mahesh still new to the crease. Would certainly made sense to keep him in place, especially after taking a wicket in this over. Keep that pressure on. I think fair enough if the movement had died down a bit, but he's more just needing to adjust his radar right now, is Nehan. Looks as if that was a bit of a slower one, a change up. Final delivery of that fourth over coming up. And again, it's 4 wide so far in the over. Bonus runs, just denting that over. It started off so brightly and then went 4, 1, wide, 1, wide, wide, dot wide. It's been 10 runs off the over. It's going to be 11 now. So Mahesh will keep strike. 32 for 1. Overs have been bowled. Change in the bowling now. Abhigna enters the attack from the highway end. Tucked away comfortably from Mahesh. A quick single chance there. Had it been a direct hit, it could have been promising. Their play was quite quick to take on the arm of the fielder. No doubt would have been out had he hit it, but not quite getting the radar right in the end. Or would you put that down as a chance? Well, I think by logic you would, but can't always expect those direct hits to work out. So difficult to call that one. Abhigna Vija Purapu. So bit more pace into the attack and continuing to get some movement, so well done for the captain so far for sticking with the pace. We've certainly seen spin be a major go-to even within the power play by many of the teams, but understanding that even as well to do with humidity levels as well as the just early morning conditions, it is a bit overcast. The sun is with us though. Few clouds hanging over, but not looking quite as threatening as we've seen on day 1 and 2. All things look quite comfortable on the forecast, but this could just be assisting the movement through the air for the pacers. And for Abhigna and Nehan especially, not the quickest of pacers. You would expect them with that slightly gentler pace to extract significant movement once it's available, once they hit the seam well, and they certainly have looked to have quite good seam positions. Mahesh goes again, trying to pull. He does enjoy playing that pull shot, playing square of the wicket. We're seeing evidence of that. probably not a bad option to play that shot here as well. Yes, there is a bit of movement, but generally, apart from one or two occasions, especially from Aryan Patel, generally the bounce has been pretty consistent. Only with that extra piece was he able to just create a bit more disturbance. So should be able to get on top of the bounce and play that pull shot quite well, Mahesh. So should be encouraged to continue going at it. Good run rate so far of 7 to the over. Just around that mark actually, where we would have a 140 total, which we've seen be very successful on this surface. Well, Shwetan's asking whether it could have been given wide, and umpire said, "No, I don't think so. I don't know about you, but I don't think so." Marginal call there. Could have made contact with it, maybe. You see Shwetan just arms aloft. There's action in one of the adjoining fields going on. Many matches ongoing at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. We'll have a look at the standings that brought us towards this final. Atlanta Fire topping their group and Morrisville Raptors topping their group. Philadelphians and MCA taking on each other at ground number 6 in a bottom of the table clash. And well, Nehan is going to get a third over after striking in that previous over, so captain just giving him an extra chance here. Personally, I might have taken him out of the attack, because after that wicket it wasn't particularly the greatest over, and again just not finding his line, bowling many wides, greeting this third over with another wide. Played straight to that extra cover fielder. He's on the prowl. Certainly see most of those fielders out there with caps on. Very extreme UV index. Hot conditions, hot work. I've said it before and I've said it again. We'd definitely like to see a drinks break in this tournament. I'm certainly one of those who is against having 2 drinks breaks in a T20 innings. Just a bit excessive, I think. We all understand that the sponsors need their play, but just a bit excessive to have 2. But out here, I think at least 1 for these players in this punishing Texas heat should be maybe brought in. Here's Mahesh again. Looking quite good. Turning over the strike effectively so far with Shwetan. Just trying to keep that rate around 6 or 7, but we do have to remember that a lot of work on this ground is done in the power play, and they do need to make sure that they just maybe push on to around 45 by the end of this over. Shwetan 12 from 13, not the worst numbers you would say, but do need to utilize the power play before those spinners come in. It is going to become much more difficult. A bit loopy that time, but it's only going to be 1 for Shwetan. A loopy full toss, difficult to get under really, but well enough to strike it for one in the end. There was started off very full but dropped on him. It certainly looks as if it was the effect of a slower delivery. See there, just shower moving to the north but comfortably towards the east of us. Saw that yesterday actually when we just took a break for some lightning. Wide again. We saw it yesterday when we took a break for some lightning, where the shower basically just skirted towards the north but was comfortably to the east of us. Never quite came to us. But that's what you saw on screen just a short while ago. No real threat of it having any say here. That's good news here for this final. But that's not good news for Nehan. He's really not inspired much in this third over. Captain would not be pleased with that. It's Nehan's figures so far, 1 for 29, going at just about over 10 for the over. Not too impressive. Ends off well enough in the end. Total already up to 9 wides. We've had 9 wides in this innings. It's all been from Nehan Zahedi. That's not what you want from one of your strike bowlers, one of your opening bowlers. Not the sort of precedent you want to set. 41 for 1 after 6. The Morrisville Raptors all wrapped up in conversations about how they progress through this innings. And he's making sure his shots are in order.
Alright, so 45 for 1, Morrisville Raptors. Bowler is coming in here. This is well bowled outside the off stump. Nicely played towards backward point. It's going towards the deep point boundary. That's 4 runs. A beautiful shot by the left-handed batter. And cashing in on the width outside off. Let's take a look at the replay here. This ball was angled across the left-hander and played a beautiful shot and bisecting the gap there on the offside. And Mahesh, he gets a boundary over here. Nicely done this. 49 for 1. We are in the 7th over here. And it's final ball of the 7th over coming up. Morrisville Raptors. One wicket to go down. Pranav got out on 10 of 10. And Shwetan and Mahesh, they are the 2 batters here. As we have the final ball here. Mahesh coming in. Mahesh on strike. This is flicked away nicely on the leg side towards square leg for a single. And that's the 50 up here for Morrisville. 7 overs done. 50 for 1. We'll be back in a few seconds. Aryan Patel 2 overs, none for 10. And Nihan Zahedi 3 overs. He's picked up 1 wicket. He's been a tad expensive. 29 runs given in 3 overs. And Abhigna, the first change bowler, 2 overs, none for 11 so far. 50 runs on the board. 7 overs done. And we have the left arm spinner who will be coming in now from the far end.
So Nihan Zahedi starting off with a wicket in his second over and given a third over eventually, but not quite getting the reward he would have liked from his captain. So maybe not the best decision there. That second over as well is quite expensive after taking the wicket first delivery, but Dhruv Pawar now.
This is straight back to the bowler. It's a dot ball. Pawar into the attack. The left arm spinner bowling left arm around to the left-handed batter. And a left hand Mahesh, the captain, he's batting on 17 of 17 right now. He got a boundary in the previous over. This is on the leg stump and it's nicely paddled away towards deep backward square for a single. Deep square leg, I beg your pardon. Played nicely towards deep square leg for a single. And now we have the right-handed Swethan on strike. These two have stitched together a partnership here after the first wicket went down. In comes Pawar, left arm around. This is nicely bowled, played on the offside in the vacant region towards covers for yet another single. It's very important that they rotate the strike left hand right hand combination. That's going to add runs and also sort of unsettle the bowler with his line and length.
Yeah, they've kept that left hand right hand combination in play after losing Chettipalayam quite early, another left hander. He went quite aggressively yesterday in the chase, but looked a bit more circumspect here and still fell quite early. But these two have been solid since.
Dhruv Pawar continuing here from the far end. He's coming left arm around to the left-handed batter. This is nicely bowled, flicked away in the vacant region again towards square leg. The fielder from deep square leg coming in, and he's covered good ground, keeping it to just a single. So good athleticism there by the youngster in the deep. Let's take a look at the replay. This was flicked away towards square leg, and the fielder from deep square running in quick and releasing the ball back to the bowler. Next ball coming up. This time dancing down the track, but straight back to the bowler. It's been a good over here so far from Dhruv. He's given away just 3 runs of 5 balls. Final ball of the over coming up. The current run rate is 6.77 here for Morrisville. In comes Dhruv. This time tossed up and it's played towards long on. It will be a single. So 4 singles in the over. And it's 8 overs done. Morrisville 54 for 1. We'll be back in a few seconds. What is the standing right? The table toppers so far in Group B, and Atlanta is the table topper in Group A. So this is a top of the table clash, an important game for both the teams. Both teams, they have won 2 out of the 3 games so far, and that's where we are as we see the localite Aryan Satish coming in. Well bowled, what a good ball to start here, almost a catch to long on. Aryan Satish, a talented young kid from Houston. He plays a lot in the local Houston Cricket League, and he's a very talented kid. His elder brother Shreyan Satish as well. They both are really good and very well known in the Houston cricket fraternity for their skill set. Aryan Satish is into the attack now. He's the under 21 kid here. This is outside the off stump. It should be a wide and rightly signaled by the umpire. In fact, in one of the local Houston Cricket League games, Aryan Satish scored 100 just last month in a 40 over game in Division 1. As we see Aryan continuing here from the highway end. He's coming right arm over. This is tossed up and this is a catch. This is beautifully bowled by the leg spinner, enticing that big expansive drive from the left-handed batter, and in the end a simple catch there to short third. We'll take a look at the replay when it comes up, but Aryan's showing his wicket taking ability over here. Let's take a look at the replay here. This ball from the leg spinner to the left-handed batter outside the off stump, tossed up, tried to play the expansive drive, got a leading edge, and there was a fielder right there at short third. So a good wicket here for the Atlanta team. The second wicket down for Morrisville. They are 56 for 2, and we will be back in a few seconds. Alright, so 56 for 2, Morrisville. Aryan picking up a wicket here. Aryan, of course, he's played a lot here at the Prairie View Cricket Fields. Like I said, he's a localite from Houston playing for the Atlanta team. And would like to mention his dad, Satish. He's someone who's really worked hard behind the scenes for both his sons, Aryan and Shreyan. He's been there supporting, Satish and his wife both. So the kids are doing well now in the cricket fraternity. They play a lot of domestic tournaments across US. Have been part of the minor league team as well, the regular minor league teams here in Houston. And it's good to see these kids doing well here for their teams. As we see, the new batter has walked in, beautifully bowled this by Aryan. A proper leg spin delivery that, and beating the batter outside the off stump. And it's a contest here.
Family rivalry.
It's the family rivalry. It's Aryan to Shreyan, and it's in Houston. I mean, Shreyan and Aryan, they've played a lot together. This is tossed up beautifully and nicely done that, but a quick single. But this is a proud moment here for the family, like you said, because both the brothers there, they're facing each other, and this is in the under 21 franchise tournament.
Well, they won't just know each other well, they also know the conditions well. So great battle one. Can Aryan hold the bat quite well too?
Absolutely. This time he's played the reverse sweep, and it's luckily for the batter gone in the gap. A couple of runs, good running by the batter there, and this has been a good over so far by Aryan. Look at the ball. This was outside the off stump. Played the reverse over the head of the fielder in the circle, and good running by both the batters. So final ball of the 9th over coming up, 59 for 2. Aryan has picked up 1 wicket so far in his first over, given away 5 runs, just adjusting his field there. He's got a fielder at deep point. As we see Aryan coming in. This is beautifully bowled again. And a quick single towards short fine. Good running by Shreyan there. That's the end of the 9th. After 9, Morrisville 60 for 2. And we'll be back in a few seconds. Alright, we are back here. Apologies, there was some issue with the power, so there was no commentary for quite a bit in this inning, but we are back now. So we have Aryan Satish continuing here. He's in his final over. What a spell this has been from him. 3.2 overs so far. And he's given away 21 runs, picked up 2 wickets. And again, when we are back here, he is bowling to his brother Shreyan, who's batting well. He's on 19 of 16. So it's an all Houston contest here between Aryan and Shreyan here at the Prairie View Cricket Field. They're playing for Morrisville and Atlanta. Tossed up, and this is nicely played towards extra cover by Shreyan for a single. He moves on to 20 now of 17. And the score for Morrisville 98 for 4. We are in the 15th over. Besides the power interruption that we had, we also had a tad bit of rain, which led to an interruption of 5 minutes. So there was some slight rain, slight drizzle, which meant the ball might be skidding a little, as you see over here. Well bowled by Aryan, excellent bowling. What a spell this has been from the talented young kid. He's picked up 2 wickets when his team needed it, and he's delivered here so far for his team. 98 runs on the board for Morrisville. 5 overs to go from here, and they would be targeting something in the range of 150. With 6 wickets in hand. As we see Aryan coming in from the highway end. This is tossed up beautifully, and it's played towards long on. Not quite the connection the batter would have liked. And a good fielding there by the fielder in the deep, keeping it to just a single. So the final ball of Aryan's spell coming up here. It is Shreyan on strike, batting on 20. 99 runs on the board. Current run rate is 6.67. As we mentioned earlier, this is a top of the table clash between Group A and Group B. Both the teams at number 1 in their respective groups. In comes Aryan here. This time he's played the pickup shot, the slog sweep, beautifully played. It's gone over the head of deep mid wicket for 6. What a shot this by Shreyan. And let's take a look at the replay. This ball from Aryan, the final ball of his spell, tossed up, and the slog sweep played to perfection here by Shreyan.
Well, he just ran away from the shot after playing it.
Absolutely, and the fielder in the deep had no chance. Well, that's the 100 up for Morrisville. 15 overs done, 105 for 4 Morrisville. And Aryan finishes a very good spell, 4 overs, 2 for 30, in fact 2 for 29. And we'll be back in a few seconds. Alright, 15 overs, 105 for 4. Now the run rate has moved up to 7 per over here for the Morrisville team. Shreyan hitting a good 6. That was his second 6 of the inning. And he's moved on to 26 of just 18 balls. Scoring at a strike rate of 144. As we see the spinner coming in. This is nicely played towards extra cover here for a single by Tanush. And we have Rishi, who's now come into the attack here for the Atlanta team. Rishi Pandey, he's the captain. He's brought himself on here in the slog overs. Rishi coming into Shreyan. This time beautifully picked up by Shreyan. And he's timed it to perfection here. It's over the head of the bowler towards long on all the way for 6. What a shot this by Shreyan. This is brilliant batting here, and he's changing gears here right when the team needs it. 2 back-to-back sixes for him, and both against the leg spinners. The previous one was against Aryan in the previous over, and the first ball that Shreyan faced of Rishi over here, he's picked it up over long on for 6. This is beautiful batting. Alright, we have Rishi continuing to Shreyan here. This is outside the off stump and it's played towards point. It's a dot ball. Good comeback here by Rishi after the 6. Not giving anything in the arc here. The next ball to Shreyan, he kept it away from him outside the off stump. It's 112 for 4. We are in the 16th over. This time Shreyan walks outside the off stump and appeal for stumping here. And not out, says the umpire. He got his bat down just in time, I would say. But again, smartly bowled this by Rishi. He's come back very well over here. Let's take a look at the replay. This ball, that slower, tossed up, but outside the off stump. Shreyan walked outside the off stump and tried to hit it towards deep mid wicket. In the end, missing the ball. So this has been a very good comeback here by the captain. After being hit for a 6 of the second ball, he's bowled 2 dot balls. We have 28, in fact 26 legal balls to go from here. This time tossed up again, and this time he's played it beautifully, and the fielder at long off tried to take the catch but not quite there, and it's gone for 4. Take a look at the replay. This one, the extra cover drive towards long off, and a good effort there by the fielder, but in the end he had played it to perfection in the gap. So this is good batting here by Shreyan. He's changed gears and he's picked up the scoring rate for his team. And now we have the final ball from Rishi's first over. He's given away 11 runs. This is short, and this time, well, can you believe it? He's played it straight back to the bowler. The bowler is claiming the catch, and we'll have to see what happens. Shreyan is saying it probably bounced before Rishi caught it. It's an important phase here. This is an important moment in the game. Take a look at the replay. Well. It's a tad unclear, but it looks like he's out. It looks like it was a clean catch. So good comeback here by Rishi, and Shreyan departs against the run of play. The 5th wicket down for Morrisville. Shreyan was looking really good. He batted beautifully for his 36 of 23 balls with 2 fours and 3 sixes. Strike rate of 156, and in the end, Rishi, the captain, picking him here with a very good caught and bowled. A beautiful catch. He had to dive forward, but he gets the big wicket of Shreyan here. Take a look at the replay again. This ball from Rishi. It was the quicker one. And he sort of just played it back to the bowler. And a good catch diving forward there by the captain Rishi. Beautifully done there. And 116 for 5 after 16. Morrisville will be back in a few seconds. Alright, then it's 116 for 5 after 15 overs. Current run rate is 7.25. 5 wickets in hand, and after 16 overs, I beg your pardon, there are 4 overs to go. And a very big wicket in the previous over picked up by the captain Rishi. A good caught and bowled. Shreyan played a very good knock for his team. He scored 36. So both the brothers, the local kids, Aryan and Shreyan, doing well for their respective teams so far in this match. Aryan 4 overs, 2 for 29. He bowled beautifully for Atlanta, and Shreyan played an important knock, 36 of 23. Proud. I'm sure their parents are proud of this. Like I said, these kids have grown here in Houston, and they've grown up locally. They play a lot of games here at the Prairie View cricket fields. Literally their home ground here. And back to the 17th over now. We have Tanush at one end. He's in fact going to be on strike, ready to face the first ball of the 17 down the leg side. It's a wide. It should be a wide. Yes, it is a wide signal by the umpire. So the two batters now at the crease are. Scorecard is still to get updated, but we know that Tanush is on strike. He's batting on 4 of 6. We're waiting for the scorecard to be updated to have the name of the new batter who's walked in at the non-striker's end. As we have the first ball of the 17th. Again a wide outside the off stump now. So the bowler not quite getting the line right. One wide down the leg side, one wide outside the off stump. So it's 118 for 5 now after 16. They've got the medium pacer back from the highway end after Aryan finished his spell. This is the first ball still to happen of the 17th here. This is beautifully bowled. That's what he was aiming for, that impeccable length and shaping away from the right-handed batter. That was nicely done there by the bowler. A very good comeback after a couple of wides given. And we're still waiting for the scorecard to be updated, but the score is 118 for 5. And one ball up in the 17th here. This is again outside the off stump. It will be a wide and rightly signaled by the umpire. It was outside the wide line and later on shaping away further. But when it crossed the batter, it was outside the wide line. So 3 wides in this over so far by Abhigna. He's in his third over, given away 14 runs. Tanush batting on 4 of 7 balls. At the other end, the new batter is Dhanush. Tanush and Dhanush, the two batters here in the middle for Morrisville. As we have Abhigna coming in, right arm over from the highway end. This time he sliced it towards third man, but falling short of the fielder there. They will get a couple of runs. Tried to play the big shot. The angle across the right-handed batter from the bowler meant the expansive drive that he tried to play. Got a leading edge, sliced it towards third man, but in the end, a good result for Tanush. He picks up a couple of runs over here. 119 on the board. Take a look at the replay. This ball from Abhigna. He's getting the ball to go away from the right-handed batter. Like you see, he tried to play the extra cover drive, got an outside edge, and it fell in the vacant region towards third man. A couple of runs over there. Third ball of the 17th over, 121 for 5. This time he's played nicely, but this is again falling short of the fielder at long off. So it will be 1 run in the end. Okay, 3 runs here. In fact, it's kind of interesting because I'm not sure, because the last over, the final ball, Shreyan had got out. So it should have been Tanush on strike from the first ball in this over. Nicely played this. It's gone in the deep on the offside for a single. So I'm not sure how Dhanush has got 3 runs there, because it was Tanush on strike, but maybe it's some error in the scorecard. We'll see what happens. This ball outside the off stump, it will be yet another wide. As per the scorecard right now, it is saying Dhanush is on strike. But it's interesting because 124 for 5 and the current run rate is 7.44. We still have 20 legal balls to go. This over, Abhigna has not quite got his line right. He's bowled 4 wides in this over so far. This time again outside the off stump, keeping it away from the batter. It's played towards long off for 1 single. 125 for 5 now. Final ball of the 17th over coming up. 19 balls to go from here. Alright, we have the final ball of the 17th. Well bowled. This beating the batter outside the off stump. 17 overs done. 125 for 5. Morrisville will be back in a few seconds. First ball of the 18th over now. It will be Aryan, the opening bowler, who's into the attack from the far end. Aryan Patel, 2 overs, none for 10. He bowled a good opening spell in the power play. Now he's back in the end at the death. 2 overs from him. Expected 2 overs, number 18 and 20. Dhanush batting on 4 of 3. Tanush on 5 of 9. I believe that's an error in the scorecard, like I mentioned. The previous over, I think a couple of runs were for Tanush, but probably they went to Dhanush. Anyways, we have Aryan coming in right arm over here. This is well bowled, good pace, back to the bowler. Not much the batter can do. A good start here by Aryan in his second spell. A tall, fast bowler, and starting off with a very good ball in this 18th over. He's got a third man outside the circle, and he's got long on, long off. He's got square leg, and he's got a deep fine leg. Those are the 5 fielders out. No one outside the circle in the cover region. This is well bowled again. It will be just a single, I believe. They're thinking of 2, but good throw that by the fielder in the deep at square leg. Nicely done and beautifully bowled by Aryan. Just a single over there. He's got good pace, and he's using his height to his advantage here. Just 1 run of the first 2 balls in the 18th over so far. 126 for 5, Morrisville. We have the third ball of the 18th over coming up here. It is Aryan to Tanush. This is nicely played on the offside, and it will be a single in the deep towards deep point. So in fact, he's changed the field because he's got a fielder at deep point on the offside. He's got a third man, the fielder inside the circle at short fine, and he's got a long gone and a long off, and there's a fielder at deep square leg. Those are the 5 fielders out. There's a fielder at mid wicket, covers, and backward point and short fine. Those are the 4 fielders inside the circle. In comes Aryan. This time he's tried to play the big shot, getting the outside edge, but it's gone to third man. It will be just a single, beautifully bowled, and a good bullet throw back to the keeper by the fielder in the deep. It's been a very good over so far. Just 3 runs of the first 4 balls. This ball outside the off stump. Tried to play the big shot, getting the outside edge, but straight to third man. This is very good bowling here by Aryan, This is the 18th over, 128 for 5. This is excellent death bowling. Tanush on 6 of 10, Dhanush on 6 of 6. In comes Aryan here, and it's Tanush on strike, dancing down the track, and this time he's got the outside edge, and the fielder at third man tried to take the catch. A good effort in the deep, but not quite clear, getting it in his hands, but a good throw back to the bowler. It's a couple of runs here for Tanush. Take a look at the replay. This ball, he played it on the offside, got a leading edge. The fielder at third man covered good ground, but in the end, a missed opportunity, but a good effort in the deep by the fielder. So Tanush now moves on to 8. Final ball of the 18th coming up. Just 5 runs in this over of 5 balls. It's 130 for 5, Morrisville. In comes Aryan. It is Tanush on strike. This time beautifully bowled and shaping it away from the right-handed batter. 18 overs done, 130 for 5, Morrisville. We'll be back in a few seconds. So it's 130 for 5. 2 overs to go from here. And Morrisville would want to get to that 150 mark. Abhigna coming in for his final over. This time again well bowled, shaping it away from the right-handed batter. And that's a wicket here. A good catch by the fielder in covers. And this time he tried to play towards deep mid-wicket, the expansive slog sweep. But got a leading edge because the ball is shaping away from the right-handed batter. And a good catch there by the captain, Rishi, at covers. Take a look at the replay. This ball, the first ball of the 19th.
They seem to also catch our cameraman off guard with the shot going wrong direction. Great bit of bowling from Abhigna. His first wicket and striking at a vital time with this score just coming up to quite a decent looking total, especially given it's a final, having runs on the board, and also seeing that the surface hasn't always been easiest to bat on.
Absolutely, and I mean, they were 105, I believe, in 15. So it's been beautiful comeback here by the Atlanta team. As you mentioned, it's the final. It's a big game, top of the table clash, like we were talking about it. And of course, Atlanta, they won the toss, decided to bowl, and so far things have gone to plan for them. Pranav has walked in now, the new batter. Outside the off stump, he's played the cut shot. It's gone towards third man. A good stop by the fielder and a good release. Just a single. This is brilliant death bowling by Abhigna and Aryan both. Abhigna in his final over, 3.2 overs, 1 for 21. And Tanush batting on 8. Pranav off the mark with that single. So this is interesting.
He's been
All
ably
right.
supported from Aryan Patel at the other end as well. Great opening boost from him earlier.
This time he's walking across, but a simple catch to covers. This is brilliant bowling by Abhigna. Again, it's a repeat. Rishi, the captain, taking the catch at covers. And Abhigna gets his second wicket. Take a look at the replay. This ball from Abhigna moving away from the right-handed batter. But he walked outside the off stump. Again, he tried to play this drive over the fielder in the cover region. But in the end, a simple catch. 2 wickets in this over for Abhigna, and he deserves that given the way he's bowled this spell so far. So 7 down now, Morrisville, 131 on the board. And the sun is out, and the weather has changed. There was slight rain in few minutes back, but now perfect conditions for cricket, as we have the number 9 batter walking in for the Morrisville team, and we'll be back in a few seconds. Alright, so Aryan, take a look at the bowling figures here. Aryan Patel, brilliant, 3 overs, none for 15. Nehan Zahedi, the other opening bowler, tad expensive, 3 overs, 1 for 29, but he picked up 1 wicket. Abhigna in the middle of a fantastic spell. He's picked up a couple of wickets in his final over here, 2 for 21. Dhruv Pawar, the spinner, 4 overs, 1 for 25. Aryan, top class there, 4 overs, 2 for 29. And Rishi, the captain, picked up the big wicket of Shreyan and in his 1 over that he bowled. It's been overall a very good bowling performance after winning the toss. Atlanta 131 for 7. Morrisville 9 legal balls to go. In comes Abhigna. Beautifully bowled. That's the outside edge. That's a wicket over here. Look at that shape. I mean, he's getting the ball to really move away from the right-handed batter brilliantly. And this is his 3rd wicket in this over. 131 for 8. We'll take a look at the replay. It's the perfect ball any outswinging bowler would want to bowl. Take a look at that. Impeccable length, superb line, shaping away from the right-handed batter, and a good catch by the keeper. So 3 wickets in this over, 2 back-to-back wickets. He'll be on hat-trick the next ball. The replay again over here. Look at that. What a ball. I mean, there's not much any batter can do with that, let alone a number 10 batter.
This is stuff you dream about as a bowler. It's stuff you salivate about as a cricket lover as well. Especially at this stage of the innings, to get the ball to shape in such a manner. Almost was bowled like a leg spinner. But
Absolutely.
It was shaping through the air as well.
The number 9 batter departed over there. We have the number 10 batter, Ansh, walking in. It's a hat-trick ball. 3 wickets in this over. He's really changed the game in this over. I mean, Morrisville would have anticipated something in the range of 145, 150. But now it's just a couple of wickets to go. 8 legal balls. And 131 on the board for Morrisville Raptors. As we have the left-handed batter, Ansh, who's walked in here. And it is the hat-trick ball. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Besides another wicket here in this over for Abhigna. He's picked up 3 wickets now. As we have the bowler coming into the left-hander. Oh, this came into the left-hander. It's flicked away on the leg side. They're thinking of 2. But a good stop by the fielder and a good throw in the end. So the final ball of Abhigna's spell coming up here. 22 given in 3.5 and picked up 3 wickets. What a spell this has been. 132 for 8. Pranav will be ready to face the final ball of the 19th. Morrisville Raptors 132 for 8 after being put into bat by Atlanta. In comes Pranav. In comes Abhigna to Pranav. Well bowled. It'll be a single towards long off. That's the end of his spell. 4 overs, 3 for 23. It's been a top class spell. All 3 wickets in this over. And that's the replay over here. A good ball played back towards the bowler. And in the end, it's a single towards long off. That's the end of the over. The final over will be coming up in a few seconds. We'll be back then. Thank you. Alright, so it's Aryan coming in now. 133 on the board. The first ball. Appeal for caught behind. Not out, says the umpire. But a good ball to start the final over here. 133 for 8. And what a comeback this has been from the Atlanta team. Take a look at the replay of this first ball of the final over. Outside the off stump, not much the batter can do over there. Like I mentioned, they were 105 for 5 in 105 in 15 overs. And from there to be where they are now, I mean, it's been top class death bowling by Atlanta.
Well, first ball was similar to how Aryan began his spell, so continuing from strength to strength.
This is again outside the off stump, beautifully bowled. 2 dot balls here for Aryan. And it's 133 for 8 now.
Rushing back to his mark, wants to keep his legs pumping, keep momentum.
Yeah, it's been a top class spell from Aryan. He's not picked up wickets, but he's bowled really good line and amazing lengths as well. And good pace, good hostile bowling. He's a tall bowler.
Yeah, really
running in from the
impactful.
highway, from the far end. In comes Aryan to Pranav. Again outside the off stump. This time wide signal by the umpire. Outside the wide line.
Could have told from his earlier spell as well. His 2 deep fielders in the power play were all very fine and could see how far back the keeper was as well, especially compared to the other bowler, Nehan, who was opening. The good
Absolutely. So
rhythm he has, and that spell, even though there was no wickets, was definitely setting the right tone.
134 for 8. 4 legal balls to go from here. Aryan coming in. This time it's played on the leg side. It should be just a single. 135 and 3 balls to go now. It's been really good death bowling here by Atlanta after winning the toss and deciding to bowl. We have the left-hander Ansh now, who will be on strike. It will be Aryan to continue here. It's 135 for 8. In comes Aryan to Ansh. This time he's played it on the leg side. It's gone towards the deep fine leg boundary. And handy runs here for Morrisville. A timely boundary, a much needed one. And let's take a look at the replay. This ball from Aryan was on the leg stump and it was nicely played towards fine leg. The fielder at deep fine leg tried to stop the ball but not able to do so. So it's a handy boundary. This is the final, so runs on the board critical. And 139 with 2 balls to go now. Ansh gets 1 boundary here. It will be Aryan coming in now. In comes Aryan to Ansh. This time he tried to play the big shot straight back to the bowler. It's a dot ball. So we have the final ball coming up now. 139 for 8. Morrisville after being put into bat. Like I mentioned, this is a top of the table clash. It is the final. And so far I'm sure the Atlanta team, after winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, would be pleased with the way things have panned out for them. Aryan in his final over, obviously, the final ball of the inning. In comes Aryan. This time again tried to play on the leg side. It will be a single towards mid-wicket. That is the end of the first inning of this final. Morrisville Raptors 140 for 8. And a good spell by Aryan. 4 overs, none for 22. And from Morrisville's perspective, after being put into bat, Shwetan Saharsh, he scored 34 of 35 with 3 fours. Shreyan Satish, the pick of the batters, he played a brilliant knock, 36 of 23. Got out against the run of play. Shreyan with a couple of boundaries and 3 sixes. And a strike rate of 156. And from the bowler's perspective for Atlanta, obviously, Aryan Patel, good death bowling, good opening spell, 4 overs, none for 22. Nehan Zahedi picked up 1 wicket. Abhigna, beautiful bowling, 4 overs, 3 for 23, all 3 wickets in the 19th over. Dhruv Pawar, 4 overs, 1 for 25. Aryan Satish, brilliantly bowled, 4 overs, 2 for 29. And the captain Rishi picking up 1 wicket. So that is the end of the first session, 140 on the board. And we'll be back in a few minutes for the second session with Atlanta needing 141 to win this tournament.
action just about to get back on the way here at ground number 5 at Prairie View Cricket Complex. Atlanta Fire restricting the Morrisville Raptors to 140 runs. Here's the first ball from Ansh. Confident start from him. Ansh Rai opening up from the highway end. Good again from him. Rishi Patel eager to get going and gets going here, but straight towards the field is where he gets going. Rishi Pandey, Aran Chenchu. Again played straight to the fielder. So left arm spin starting off strongly. Bit different tactically though compared to where we would have seen the Atlanta Fire. A lot of pace from them early up, and that's nicely guided away through covers for just not able to make it through the deep outfield. So start off with 2 runs to the total for Rishi Pandey and the Atlanta Fire. And again beating him, Rishi Pandey. Over that was quite interesting to begin with, 2 without loss. Ritvik entering the attack from the forest end. Ritvik Apidi. That's timed straight towards the fielder, but dropping just short of him. Ritvik in this season of the Under-21 tournament, 4 matches, 3 wickets, and very tidy economy rate. We hope to replicate that today. And a quick single just to get the legs pumping. Rishi Pandey. Seven matches to date. Not too many runs been in his past so far, but he'd be looking to build no doubt. That's nicely timed into the offside. Just one, but played quite competently. Aran Chenchu also, not too many runs, but he'd also be licking his lips at the opportunity to chase down this target. Is a good target from Atlanta, from more so Raptors though. So Ritvika Pidi, tidy start from him. And this time that's hit beautifully through the onside. Power and timing just resulting in the first boundary of the innings. 4 runs to Arachenchu. Ritvik this time a bit too full into the slot. Easily just going with the movement, timing it to perfection is Arachenchu. Final delivery of the second over. Hitting hard at that, but not getting it where he wanted it. Went into the offside, was maybe looking to play that a bit straighter, but 8 without loss after 2. That's the first strike here for Morrisville Raptors. First wicket going down for Atlanta Fire in their chase. Shreyan Satish, a successful bowler here, striking with his second delivery. So rotating the bowlers quite quickly is the captain of the Morrisville Raptors. That they're well taken. Went up in the air for quite some time. 9 for 1. New batsman comes out. Crit Hinge. Number 55. Shreyan Satish. Bit of a family affair going on here with his brother on the opposite side. Yet to see him bat, but we saw the rivalry in action earlier already. A bit of shape away and nicely guided to backward point to hit off the mark right away. That early wicket, very important for Morrisville Raptors. Saw the lot of wickets falling through more the middle period and death through the first innings, but it was a great comeback from the Atlanta Fire attack, and that's driven, but that sweeper in action again. Hinge again guided past the fielder this time. Sweeper has a bit more running to do. He's certainly getting a workout in. Final ball of this wicketed over already. And that's pretty good end. Crit just watches it sail past, and 13 for 1 it remains the score at the end of the third over. Atlanta Fire looking in decent order so far. No need to do anything too crazy as yet. There's a lot of time still remaining. Second over for Ritvik. So he gets his second over in succession. And that's pulled beautifully over mid-wicket. And that looks like it's going all the way. Rishi Pandey certainly getting into the act now. And that was beautifully struck. Powered. Bang. And it goes boom. Are they going to have to fetch that? Or have they gotten it back already? Well, they have retrieved it. Man at mid-on throws it back to Ritvik, says, don't you dare let him hit it there again. Let's see the reply. This time he goes straighter, but good effort in mid-off fielder. Restricts it to just one. It was timed quite nicely on that occasion. And you look at it, it was quite full there for the taking, but just not middled too well. Ritvik again. Decently long run up. She approaches. And that one hit the bat a bit harder. Critter certainly hinged on his bat on that occasion. Let's bring you all up to speed with action that's been going on in the Major League Tournament, running concurrently with this tournament. Cricket ever alive in this beautiful state of Texas. Los Angeles Knight Riders taking on the Washington Freedom tonight. Knight Riders finding a bit of form in their previous encounter, and Washington Freedom have been in some great form as well. Third on the table, while Knight Riders just second from the bottom. Orcas having a torrid season, and Unicorns have been unbeaten. It's been an interesting season for sure. Bigger and better every year. And it's also been test match cricket action ongoing. Patum Nisanka, brilliant stuff in Sri Lanka against Bangladesh. His second century of the series, 146 he's put on in this match, continually topping his best scores. Ritvik is just topping his wide count as well. Topping it up, Patum Nisanka in Sri Lanka, looking well set to really toil Bangladesh in the field. Interesting stuff going on down there. Much more promising stuff from Bangladesh in the first match, but still quite a lot of cricket to be played across there. Right now there's live action going on in Barbados, where Patrick Cummins has just broken through against the West Indies. Their sixth wicket down, trailing by 41 runs, so cricket well and truly alive there. Seems like it's going to be a series where the bowlers are going to rule the roost, given the inexperience and lack of form of many of the batting lineups. But that was well timed, and he looks well informed as Crit Hinge. Rishi Pandey batting well together so far, just going about it in relatively cautious fashion. But we've seen them unleash a few hits when ball has not quite been where the bowler would have liked it. So things going along at decent clip so far. Going at a run rate of just about 6.2. So at this stage, the Morrisville Raptors were going at closer to 7, but not a huge difference. Take a closer look at the comparison at the end of the over. But of course, the Raptors would have just had a bit of a collapse coming to the end of their innings, so also would keep that in mind. He's hitting that hard this time through mid wicket, but it's gonna just die a bit in the outfield. Will come through for 2. So final delivery of the 4th over. Rishi Pandey certainly looking more comfortable. Wideish delivery cut straight into the hands of the fielder. Yeah, the cover point region. So second wicket going down for Atlanta Fire. Just when Rishi Pandey was looking set, he's gonna have to depart.
Excellent take this. What an effort. Is dying on him as well as he gets right under it. That's going to be the second wicket, and this here could be a little bit of trouble because that required run rate is going to continue to climb. 4 overs gone, 25 for 2. Still need 116 from their 16 overs, the Atlanta Fire. And this is the finals, of course, the finals of the minor league U21 youth tournament. Spent a lot of time talking to some of these players over the last couple of days and listening to their stories and their journeys in cricket here in USA. And one thing stands out quite clearly, the fact that they're all very thankful of this pathway. They're thankful for tournaments such as these. They're thankful that they now have direction available to them. You know, work up through these tournaments, head into minor league, head into major league. In fact, I had one of the young athletes here say to me, my goal in life is to be a full-time cricketer. That is what I want for my career. And that's something that a lot of associate nations, the players of these nations, couldn't really say. They didn't have the means to be full-time cricketers. They had to have second careers. They had to be able to pay the bills because cricket just wasn't an option then. It was great to know that cricket has become an avenue of that. Also allows for these players to be able to dedicate the amount of time that the sport requires to be better at it, to be able to compete at the highest level. Sometimes that can be quite problematic if you have no other choice but to work a full-time job, but to go to school full-time. And then that is also another positive that stuck out to me as well. A lot of these players,
So Shreyans Satish into his second over after striking and just opening the door a bit. And it is great to hear that players are considering making a full-time go at cricket in the United States. Certainly wouldn't have thought about hearing that just a few years ago. And still many associate nations around, many players still have to work second jobs. Many stories of that I tend to hear following cricket. Remember at one point Paul Van Meekeren from New Zealand was doing Uber deliveries.
well, and that's it, you know, whatever it is that you've got to get by, you have to do it. The thing that I also appreciated when I spoke to some of these athletes here is they're all either at the cusp of graduating high school, going into university, or in their first or second year of university. And that to me is very impressive because you're not only balancing university, but you're also balancing a sport that requires quite a bit of time with that vision of going forward with it. It's really important to be able to balance the two because, yes, you want that career in cricket, but the reality is not everyone's going to get there. And you still need that fallback. So it's good heads on shoulders to be able to see and understand that and realize the logic behind going through the schooling and still having that as a backup. And I can tell you it's been quite impressive to hear just how many students are going into aerospace engineering, computer science, Some of them are doing double majors. They're not small courses by any stretch of the imagination, and to be able to balance that workload is very impressive.
And how is the general program? Like, is there any cricket programs that come with the universities here in the US, or is it usually just outside of that?
So university, UTD, University of Texas in Dallas, is at the moment, if I'm not wrong, one of the only universities that actually has a cricket program. And I've spoken to quite a few players over the last 2 days, and at least four of them, I think, if I'm not wrong, are headed to UTD for that reason. They're taking the computer science program, but they're saying, well, the other reason is it also gives us the opportunity to be involved with their cricket program. And that is something that I know that university particularly is taking on investing in. That is one more delivery to come in the 5th. Last year, University of Texas in Dallas actually pledged their support to cricket. They realized that it's an up-and-coming sport in the U.S. Major leagues played a big part in it. And then the biggest driving factor is the Olympics. So the Olympics in 2028 in L.A. is going to be the first time that the U.S. is going to see cricket in the Olympics.
Yeah, that Olympics had actually slipped my mind. It's a great reminder.
Yeah, and that's what they said. You know, they're like, well, if it is going to be Olympics, as we see the 5th over rounded off, 30 for 2, they said we want to be ahead of this curve. We don't want to play catch up now that we know that the Olympics is coming and it's got cricket in it. We want to be ahead of it. We want to allow our players to be able to continue playing this sport, and we want to be part of that growth. And I think if in the U.S. more universities can do that, it'll make a massive impact on the game. Players will then be able to go and play without having to worry about how they're getting their tuition paid, because there'll be varsity teams, there'll be scholarships available for similar things.
I think that's a great initiative to have on board to help grow the sport even more. Just to have that combination, not have to balance as much things, but still would have a fine balance to go with the studies and the cricket. And of course, we were comparing a lot of these things to stuff from West Indies yesterday, and of course they have their CCC program, which helps students from UE to play and study as well.
Mm-hmm. It's an interestingly poised game. 30 runs on the board, 2 wickets back in the pavilion, and that run rate, the required run rate, you would think is attainable, as this is well played and it is going to beat the fielder. It's going to run away for 4 runs here.
It has looked quite good so far, has hit hinge. And just able to release a bit of the pressure now. Guiding that one quite nicely in the offside. Here's the man in charge.
He's got a million hats on, but he seems to manage all of them just fine.
Hard-working individual.
And the other thing that we look at Atlanta Fire out in the middle, and they're working with the likes of Monty Desai. You know, Monty Desai is an international coach. He's just finished a stint with Nepal.
Well, he would have been with the West Indies at one point as well.
And just having that abundance of knowledge and experience working with a youth team in the U.S. is quite incredible. I mean, the information that they'll be able to get out of him, and he's one who likes to plan, but also likes to involve his players in the planning process as well, you know? And that, to me, sets a great tone for a team like Atlanta Fire, knowing that they've got all that experience coming in the form of Monty Desai.
Well, one thing I know is he is always involved. Many times that I've seen him coach in international cricket, he usually stands right on the boundary line applauding his batsmen when they're at the crease. So he's always well involved with his players. 5 for 2 after power play.
14 overs to go, and that required run rate is still about 7.5 runs and over. They're trying to keep in this race here, Atlanta Fire. As we take a look at the Manhattans, and a couple of quiet overs in comparison to Morrisville, but I think the wickets might be a defining factor today. If they're able to keep them in hand, it'll give them that push that they need throughout the innings, and then especially towards that end, if they do need to have a bit of a swing at it towards the end. Who do you think is going to take it here today?
It is definitely a close one right now. I think having runs on the board might be a bit of a key right now in the final. Tends to help out with the pressure a lot, and you have seen the scores around 140 be quite challenging on this surface. It's going to be key as well, given that the power play hasn't been quite as effective as they might have hoped. 2 wickets as well as not quite as much runs at this stage. In the first innings, they were going at just about 6.7 or so runs and over. So when the spinners come on in the middle phase, it is going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, scoreboard pressure is definitely going to play an impact here. And as you mentioned it, once the spinners come on, you've got to muscle the ball. You've got to create all of that power as the batter.
We also have the man who took 5 wickets yesterday to come into the attack as well, Abhiram Yeruva. Third over in a row for Shreyan Satish. Interesting decision. Could go either way. Sometimes the batsmen just get a bit accustomed to what one bowler is offering, especially from the same end as well. But he has continued to look good, and straight to the fielder. Good support from the fielders here in the Morrisville lineup. They have been one of the better outfits in the field. Running repairs the shoelaces of Fritz Hinge. Playing a bit nervously as that. Nitish Sidini. That's what Nitish produced so far in all of the youth formats he's played. Decent strike rate at this level. Expect him, once he gets in, might go a bit hard at the bowling. He's driving quite nicely. Sweeper is gonna easily clean that up. Fritz Hinge as well, still quite new. Now you could say that about a lot of these batsmen. Or these players, correction. Nice bit of away movement. But Hinge just guides it down to third. So it is this slight slowdown in this phase as well, continuing to find it difficult to score. So that's been eventually quite a good decision to bring Shreyan Satish back for that third over. Only 3 runs from it so far, and just 1 delivery to go. Certainly does help that he's outside of the power play now. That's 1 more to the total, so 39 for 2 after 7. change of bowler. We are going to see that continued application of spin by the bowling attack. Pranav battered. Nicely played from Nitish. Just shifting his fielding troops around. And he's going up, the fingers going up as well. Third wicket has gone down for Atlanta Fire. Crit hinge. Again, they've continued to dismiss each batsman after they've just been able to get set. And that may just be telling on the result of this game. Have another look at it now. Quite straight, quite adjacent, and looks as plumb as they come, really. And another look at it. Yeah, it looks pretty adjacent. And isn't he pumped into the attack on a wicket right away? Just as we might have been thinking earlier, is where spin comes on, runs just dry up a bit, and eventually wickets tend to tumble. Getting very hot out there for Shreyan Satish. He's just situated at the left hand on strike, so he's situated at deep mid wicket where we're at. That's not him there on screen, but he's rolled up his sleeves, doesn't want any coverage. It's all hot humid work out there, as it has been. That required rate is continuing to climb, just heading over 8 now. Very tidy stuff from Pranav. Not tidy on his own fielding, off his own bowling, so no one for him to argue with there, but things are still starting to look uphill for Atlanta Fire. Pushed down to extra cover, tidied nicely, and again continuing to restrict the run flow. That's the danger in not utilizing the power play to full effect. What a beauty that is. Really what you dream about as an off spinner. Oh, drift and turn. 8 overs gone, it's 42 for 3. Worm is just falling off now. He's He's leveled off completely and really starting to fall behind a bit. It's going to get more and more difficult to try to recover as time passes and these spinners get through the overs quite quickly. A change of bowling from the highway end. Going to be Tanush Apte, who's not yet had a wicket in this tournament season as yet, but it's been very economical. And that's all they need at this stage. Once it continues to build pressure, the wickets will come. They still have vital leg spin in hand as well. So it's more pace this time. So I'm open the bowling yesterday. Tanush does have that interesting sort of action, pushes the ball into the right hander. Gains a lot of inward movement. He comes again, and this time down the leg side. Signaled by that umpire there. And that hit down to the cover sweeper. It's lofted for a bit, but it's always going into that vacant area. Tanush again. Very wide. Signaled eventually by the umpire. Continuing to pile on the pressure. Driving and finding just the air at the edges of his bat. Vivek, new batsman, the left-hander. Vivek Kanamuri. Saw him play a really good innings of 44 odd, I believe it was. Would have been on day 2. Right at this ground here. Wide and leaving him again, and too wide again. He's not been able to make use of that angle that he presents. Just pushed it a bit too wide. This time he gets that right, using the angle to his advantage, making sure it's not too wide. Interesting to see what sort of angle he could get from around the wicket as well, but it's looked good operating so far.
It was good carry to the keeper as well, wasn't it? He was able to get that extra bit of bounce off the surface. Fairly lanky individual, long arms, long legs.
We could actually just have a look at his approach. See where his arm finishes between the legs. Definitely strong in-swing movement. High release point as well. It's 47 for 3 after 9.
But fairly chest-on bowler, but it's an interesting replay, Dylan. That front knee, if we can get a second look at that, not sure if he's working with any pace bowling coaches, but just how far wide it lands. As a bowler, you want everything going linear, but right there where he just opens that front leg out.
Yeah, it does seem like it might present some issues further down the line. That's a brilliant delivery. Pranav into his second over. He just defended out into the offside. Quick single from Vivek. That's just sliced away. Halfway through the 10th over. 92 still required by Atlanta Fire. And they've just sort of paused their progression. 5.13 runs to the 5.16 runs to the over. Just piling that pressure on. They're trying their best and they're not able to do all that much. Tanush given a second over from the highway end. Decent enough first over, a bit of wides, but controlled well otherwise. But there's those wides returning to haunt him. Rinse and repeat of the wrong accord. Vivek just struggling to get into his innings. 4 from 10. Nitish just a runner ball, and well, it's dropping them down rate wise. Again, just singles added to the total. It's not going to get any easier from here. Scoreboard pressure continuing to show. Every time so far that they've seemed to be building a mini recovery, they just strike back to keep the game in the balance. That's wonderful there. Just beating him. Played away into the leg side this time. Need to try something at this stage to just try to get on top of things. It's made really difficult from Tanush's high release point, that slightly unorthodox action that he possesses as well. He's continuing to hit a length that's difficult to score runs off of. Seeing different use of the bowlers compared to what we saw from Atlanta Fire themselves in the first innings. Of course, a lot of spin through the middle phase, but they use a lot of their pieces, front-loaded them, whereas we're seeing quite a bit of pace through the middle overs here by Morrisville Raptors. There's no right or wrong way to do it, but this is certainly quite effective at rotating between his different styles of bowlers. Too wide this time. Would be quite difficult for him to adjust his line compared to the left and right handers, especially with the way that he releases the ball that we have discussed already. Is definitely something there. Always great to have unique approaches by bowlers, but may need a bit of refining with a bowling coach, as mentioned earlier by Manali. A quick single overthrows though. They're gonna run an extra, so bit more intent to the running, but still quite behind at this stage. Just hoiking it there, really. Was full, and quite full. Could have maybe just tried to loft that a bit straighter. Might have been able to get more reward, but 11 overs gone. It's 64 for 3. As we just take a look at the match summary so far, interesting to note that in the first innings there was 17 extras, so had there been no extras, the score would have been 123, so quite a significant amount of extras there. We've certainly had no shortage in this innings as well, but would be key to note if Atlanta Fire certainly push on and go a bit harder at the total from here. Maybe it may haunt them in the end. We'll have to wait and see. Nitish readies himself again, quite careful in his approach so far. Not easy when you're part of that procession of wickets coming and going. Pranav is third over. Hasn't he been something special? Have a look at his tournament so far. He's taken 5 wickets and economy rates at 5.3 basically. Again, it's just slow going by Fire. Fire has slowed to smoke now. And that's a beamer from a spinner. Very full there. We'll have to wait to see if there's any call. It's put away quite well in the end, but still just a single. Not called by the umpire, and I think fair enough. Was certainly dropping on him. This time, a full delivery and dispatched. No, it's not dispatched. He's taken a catch out there in the deep. It was just up there for so long that it seemed as if it had certainly sailed over. But it's not to be. This is what happened. His second wicket, swinging across the line against the spin. Ball staying up for so long, but eventually being taken very nicely on the boundary edge. He'd certainly be pleased. His team would certainly be pleased, and there's a 4th wicket down now for Atlanta Fire. 9 runs and over required, and well, it's really looking not great as far as their outlook. That's a change of bowler now. New batsman Dev Salian, relatively inexperienced. Well stopped. Abhiram Yeruva, 5-wicket master blaster from yesterday, comes on when things are already looking quite rough. He's already found his area. Abhiram Yeruva, 6 wickets so far in this season. 5 of those coming in that match yesterday. And of course 4 matches, meaning that he's in his 4th match right now. So 3 wickets, 3 matches before this one. He's going from strength to strength. And he'd like to carry that into this final juncture. Help bring his team over the final line. Bit shorter, played straight to the fielder. Dev goes high, Dev goes hard, but Dev goes straight into his hands. The 5th wicket down, half the team now back in the shed. Atlanta Fire having quite a struggle at this stage. New batsman having to go back quite early here. Abhiram, man from yesterday that we saw rip the batting lineup apart, has gone again, and we'll soon see how that occurred. Went high up and didn't middle it well enough, and calmly taken on the boundary line, knowing how vital that catch would be. His first over complete. Abhiram already picking up a wicket, and Ansh is about to continue. He opened the bowling earlier, and that one's turned off the straight and edged off the outside edge, but it went quite close to the boundary in the end, eventually resultant in 2 runs. Oh, there's overthrows. Oh, you don't want that. Certainly don't want to display that on a final, but in the end they're still well ahead of this. Run rate going up to, it's pretty much 10 at this stage. Nitish again just struggling to find the boundary. Nitish has hit 1-6 in his innings. He's trying to hit another, but it's just a single. Cut past that point fielder, but cleaned up in the deep. This time driving handsomely. Again, gap finding has been an issue all throughout this tournament. I'd say some very good gap finding in the first game, and also cut straight to the fielder, bowling well to his field. He's set his strong offside field and is genuinely getting quite a bit of assistance from the surface, so going well to a set plan. It's 14 overs 79 for 5. Abiram continuing. That's going hard. Where has it gone? It's going for 4. Good start to the over from Nitish. He's gonna need to get going here. Turning the strike over. It's Aryan Satish. His brother Shreyan Satish has still got one over up his sleeve. Will we see that rivalry, that friendly family rivalry in action again? Sure do hope we do. Is it a run out? Well, that might just be a bit closer than it seemed at first glance. The benefit up here to see it again. The umpires, of course, no direct line of communication here, but what exactly occurred here? Oh, he's well home. Always excitement there when quick work is at play. Wide, keeping it wide. Definite plan, it seems, to bowl wide. We have seen quite a bit of wides as well, just with the bowlers getting the fine balance not quite right between the wide line and the margin of hope at the edge of the wide line. It does seem like a definite plan to keep it out of the leg side hitting arc of these batsmen. I've seen that plan in action quite a few times throughout this tournament. It seems as if the Morrisville Raptors have certainly studied that trend well. This time a straight shot. Two fielders down there are ably to it. It's just 2 runs in the end. So 5 overs to go now and still 51 required. final over of his spell from Ansh. And it's resulted in a wicket here for Ansh in his final over, having a say, opening his wicket account, and his checks and balances are well and truly in order. 90 for 6, and it's the set man who has to go. He's continuing to drift it wide and get quite a bit of turn out of the surface and easily pouch that extra cover. That's the set batsman who is dismissed. Nitish, top score so far, 33 from 29, but eventually not able to turn the fortunes around for Atlanta Fire. Still 51 required. Run rate over 10 now. It's going to be Dhruv Power. Being introduced to the batting lineup. That's wide. Not getting his radar right this time around. Got action at ground number 6 already wrapped up and ready. Dhruv again just playing cautiously. Clipped away. 1 run. 1-1. And in that final place playoff, the bottom of the table clash, the Philadelphians reigning victorious by 4 wickets, finally able to eke out a wonderful victory after going 2 days in a row of loss streak. Omkar Zoop, 43 from 19. That was quite a knock from him across there, leading them in that chase of 125. MCA only able to put up 123 with a labored 50 from Shashank Krishnamurti, and Dhruv is caught out in the deep. Is he? We'll have to have a closer look at it, but I think the umpire has already signaled it, so here's all's well that doesn't end well for the batsman. Fell down as he played that shot. Don't have the best view of it, but still out in the end. 93 for 7. Things coming to a slow end here for Atlanta Fire. 2 wickets in the over. So a double wicket over there for Ansh, completing his spell with some very tidy figures in the end. So 93 for 7 with 4 overs to go. So Abhiram into his third over now. Came across and swept that straight into the hands of Ritvik. Oh, well, it was just catching practice on that occasion. It really just went straight to him. Made to look quite silly here in the end. And that's as easy as they come. Jumped across, and it was only landing in his hands. So the continued fall of wickets continue here. Aryan Satish, the batsman dismissed on that occasion. Two new batsmen at the crease. It's Archid Kalke, man on strike, and he's beaten again. Oh, Abhiram. What a spell of bowling this is. Follow up 5-wicket haul. He's taken 2 and 2 already here. Really brilliant stuff. Just off balance there, and quick work by keeper. So final man out to the crease, Bigna Vijapurapu. Abhiram stands in his way as well as Aryan Patel's way. Aryan off strike though. And this time another lovely delivery. Well, he has certainly been one to look out for. All lined up and waiting the edge of the boundary. We've certainly witnessed a Lovely tournament over the past few days. Driven past the bowler, but nicely tidied up by mid-off. Oh, where is that? That was so close to being out. Could have sworn that it was an overthrow in the end. It's all being a bit frantic here. Let's see what happened here. Just able to edge it through past his leg and behind the keeper. Well, that was a bouncer, you could call it, from the leg spinner. A real drag down. 97 for 9. Score with 3 overs to go. And 44 more runs to be gotten. Doesn't look likely, but that's the equation. Many of the players making their way across. We are going to have a post-match presentation shortly after the match. It's going to be hosted by Manali Patel, so do stay tuned for when we get that up and running shortly after the match. Of course, a few celebrations are going to be in order before. It's Advait into the attack now. Change of bowler, just being given a run now. He's not quite ready to unleash his bowling quite yet. Oh, and again, ever so close, but not yet there. That victory is just on the verge of their grasp. Morrisville Raptors, but not able to quite wrap it up as yet. Certainly doing a bit of wrapping up there too. And that's going high up in the air. Where has it gone to? It lands just short of the fielder, so all excitement about the ball going skyward, but didn't panic in the end when it came to him. Dropped down and able to restrict that to just 2 at this stage, which is quite good. That is a googly, but dragged down a bit too short. Aryan able to make good use of it, comes back for 2 again. This is the sort of running. This is the sort of aggression. This is the sort of intent we're looking for throughout that middle phase, but it wasn't quite the right tempo that they were going at that phase, and it's too little too late at this stage. Yorker length delivery, diving effort, Advait of his own bowling, but he isn't quite able to restrict that. It's just 1 in the end.
Guys, food is here, okay?
There's a Bigner on strike.
Okay. How many of you are here? Sorry.
Seems he's getting ready to begin racing onto the field. Oh, well, that's not at all what anyone wants to see at this juncture. Well, 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 well. They've won it here in a fashion that you wouldn't have seen anywhere. I don't think I've seen this ever before, but it's a wicket nonetheless in the end. Oh, well. Certainly not the manner you would want to finish a game in. He was getting ready. He knew something was up. And what happened here? Well, at that stage was already a wide being called. They set off for the single. Tidy enough work at this stage, but coming back here, he was nowhere in the picture. Absolutely nowhere. Bat hadn't even hit the ground yet, and bails were dislodged in a matter of seconds. So congratulations in order here for the Morrisville Raptors, who have been able to reign victorious by 36 runs in the end here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. So they are the winners of the tournament here, the minor league under 21 tournament of 2025. They've completed victory by 36 runs against the Atlanta Fire. They would be mightily pleased with that effort. It's just a summary of what went on with the Worm. Never was able to catch up in the end. They were downward and continued to struggle to ever catch up to the required rate. It's a sorry looking scorecard for the Atlanta Fire. Top score have been obtained by Nitish Sudini, but none of the others were able to really support him. A lot of single digit scores there in the end. Also take a look at the bowling figures of the victorious Raptors. What they were able to produce was lovely stuff. Anshrai 2 for 17. Wickets apiece for Ritvik and Shreyan Satish. Pranav Batara as well, 2 for 17 for him, and Yeruva just sweeping it up in the end, 3 for 18, cleaning the tail up in fine fashion. So that's the result in the end. The Morrisville Raptors reading victorious by 36 runs, and that's all done and dusted. So join us back in about 5 minutes or so for the presentation, which will be hosted by Manali Patel.
making this tournament possible. For the presentation party, I've got Murli Kailashnath from the Philadelphians, Vijay from East Bay Blazers, and Deepak Roy from Michigan Cricket Stars. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll get things started with Murli Kailashnath coming up to hand out the first award. It's going to be the award for Player of the Match, or MVP for the finals, and it goes to Abhiram Yarova.
Hello, Bomber! You Bomber! Okay!
अभी
To hand out the award to our best batter. The best batter of the tournament is Pranav
Look at me. Big smile, nice boy.
I'd like to call upon Deepak Roy to hand out the award for the best bowler. It goes to Abhiram.
Documentary loading! Well done, sir.
Murli Kailashnath, and this is a big one. It's the MVP of the entire tournament, and it goes to Hasbullah Durrani.
Closer, closer, closer. Murli, closer, closer.
It's a testament to Hasbullah lost his dad just 2 weeks ago and was unable to actually attend the funeral. So very well done. I know you've made a tribute to your dad.
Give it up for them, boys! Give it up for them!
I'd now like to call upon the losing captain, Rishi Pandey. You look very surprised that you've been called out. Rishi, just want to get your thoughts on the finals and what it is that you're going to identify. My coach is coming on. Lots of positives. It's been an incredible tournament over the last few days. The sun's been beating down. A lot of great messages to all the players here.
They fire.
And now for a chat with the winning captain, Anshrai.
I think our bowling has done really well tonight. Just getting up Abhi and our people kind of there. So yeah.
And what are some of the takeaways from this tournament as you continue your season here?
Just play, I guess. I don't know.
Sounds like a good plan.
No plan, just going.
Excellent plan. I'd now like to call upon Vijay Nair to hand out the winning trophy to the captain
All of you.
of Morrisville.
No. First you, and then we'll go to the team.
U21 2021 Tournament.
First you, and then we'll go to the team. No. Ansh, focus. Ready?
Funny!
make this final shot and become.
Okay, guys, one shot with everyone.
Come on in.
Everyone else, you can go to each your. No. One second. Sorry. Guys, hold on. There's one shot we have to take. नहीं ऊपर देख के. One picture. Guys, 1 second. Hold on.
What picture is this?
Ready? Guys, two lines, two rows.
Nobody step on me. I don't have
Neil.
Yeah, look at me.
Part of the team. One team, one bird, one raptor.
Look at me, guys. Here's a noise, boys.
Run it up.
Alright, 1 second. So, Raptors, line up over there. Fire, please line up over here. Should say